Oh, my spoon.
What's up, chat? Congrats on the first, Zach. Hello, Dad.
Oh, my spoon.
Oh, my spoon! Why? Why are you so big? Why are you so big? Uh... Now I'm gonna have to fucking open this up.
Oh, my spoon.
Oh, you know what? I think I know. Hold on. Yeah. One more spoon, please.
Oh, my spoon.
Might want to put a cooldown on the spoon one, but it also makes me cry laugh every time I hear it. Oh, my
Oh, my spoon.
My spoon. My spoon. I need my spoon. There we go. We'll try that. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try that. Ah, we back with this spooky. Put the funny game on. How about the sound alert size on here?
Come.
Wait, that's an okay size.
What
And we're
nice
ready for this.
box.
Thank you for the 4 months, Oscar. Hello, hello. I almost popped my fingers. I caught myself that time. I caught myself. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, what are we doing?
I dragged you away when I saw the look in their eyes. We can't go back there again. No one can know we're connected to Marla and the Anisadora. Now come back once you've dried out.
Watched the new Hellraiser movie today. It was amazing. Ooh. He doesn't know I'm real, right? He knows I'm real. 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 Does he know I'm real? He in fact does not know I am real. Man, but I want to explore. Monitors look like a psychopath at the moment. All my favorite streamers are streaming, so I have you and Beanie on one monitor and Nomi on another monitor. Average VTuber enjoyer for real. Chad.
Oh, my spoon.
My spoon. My spoon. Also, we have all the upgrades now, right? Nothing should be able to be like, haha, progress log. Hope nothing does that anymore. We do be kind of crawling around. You have the ion torch upgrade? I do. I have the ion and the plasma torch upgrade. Should be everything. Sounds good. Truly nothing gonna break my style. Nobody gonna slow me down.
I have been camped out in Galleria Mall for maybe 24 hours. The people here, they're scared. But they still believe that martial ways will kill the creature. They forget other dangers. They forget themselves. People
Okay, we're over here now.
For winter, I cannot stay here.
Got to keep on Xeno. No, the Xenomorph is dead. Remember, we sent him out into space. It's over. He's no longer gaming. I can double tap and not be spooked that I'm gonna attract a friend. The Xeno's dead. Smile. Surely the Xeno's dead. This is probably extremely cumbersome, but why don't we just wear this? I feel like that's wearable. What happened to my fucking ammo?
We should talk about what happened in San Cristobal. Now, it was a nasty business, and I understand that you want to deal with it as quietly and quickly as possible. But I wanted to make sure you didn't do anything rash. I'm talking about catching the specimen without killing it. If we play it smart, we could be set up for life. I have the connections. I can set it up. You're getting old, Waits. You can't do this forever. And what are you going to do when Sevastopol closes? You have my number. Ransom out.
Aw, can I like cue them up?
Wait, it's Dr. Lingard. I've just examined a patient with, well, I've never seen anything like it. Some kind of unknown parasite. I did a quick check on the name they gave me, and there's no one registered under it at Sevastopol. I think she came on board recently. Do you know anything about this? I have no idea what Sinclair and his men were doing, but this should have been picked up during quarantine. Who knows what else they've let through? The patient and her captain are waiting for me in the examination room. Get down here now.
Rip, they're all dead.
The androids slaughtered them.
Why? Why the fuck?
I don't know, but I think Samuels does.
Samuels? Why?
Wait, sent him to access Apollo. I need to find him. Have you seen Taylor and Marlowe?
No.
They're not here. I think they may have got clear. Ricardo. Ricardo! If I go after Samuels, can you run this place? I need eyes and ears.
I'm not fucking staying here.
Ricardo, I need you to do this. Can you man the station and keep me covered? Ricardo!
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Sit tight. Lock
The fuck
fucking
was he
doors and
doing?
Don't let anyone in. Look after me. I'll come back for you.
Why was bro just slapping the air?
What was that? Come with me, please.
Sometimes you get frustrated and just slap the air. Yeah, I feel that.
This could require my attention. Come with me, please. This is an entirely unauthorized alert. Please
Okay.
stop interfering.
What the fuck was he doing? What the fuck? What's that? Android was getting his daily steps in.
Strange. What are you doing here?
What?
Let me help you. This isn't the answer.
Oh, that's stupid. Ah, yes. The classic androids with the filled with the funny white juice. Birkin Joe needed a small warm up before walking towards you menacingly. True, true. I respect that, honestly.
Oh, my spoon.
Oh my spawn. Ow. Ow. Hello, Ray Gear. Let me get you with one of those, Yo, 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 yo. Why does gotta take so long? 'Hazard containment. '11th mission. How many missions are there? 18. Oh, okay, we're almost done. We're almost through. We're almost done gaming. I'm gonna miss this, xenussy.
I can see activity on terminals on the top levels of seeds and synthetics. Rip, I'm not sure I can do this.
Ricardo, I need you to focus. You're in charge now.
In charge? In charge of what? A room full of dead people? This is fucked up!
Focus, Ricardo. If Samuels can talk to Apollo, he can get the androids to stand down. Then this will all be over.
Oh, is that up here? He fucking sounds like an actor from Utopia, man. What does he sound like? He sounds like fucking Ian from Utopia. Probably isn't. I'm gonna look that up now. Hold on, now I'm gonna look this up. What's this guy's name? Voice actors. Ricardo. Utopia Ian character. Dan Bird is Ian. That is not Dan Bird. Nope. It sounds like him. He's in such a dumb name. It's a name. It's definitely a name. Oh. Here we go. Thank you for telling me where to go, motion tracker. Appreciate that.
Ripley, there's a security alert firing off in the labs nearby. Elevators are out. Looks like the seeds and synthetics aren't taking kindly to a Weyland-Yutani model snooping around.
So how do I get up?
You have to climb. There's a service vent through to the elevator shaft around there somewhere.
Motion trackers are the real MVP. They really are, dude. Especially when they don't tell me where to go. Really appreciate that. Hey there, Shishi. What's bizarre? What's 8382. Bro's having a low read. We having pizza and wings together for dinner with tequila sunrise. Ooh, yeah, but tequila though. Tequila though. I don't know, man. Just don't like the taste of tequila, actually. Just whack. Cute. You don't like alcohol I had left? Otherwise I would have had rum. Ooh, true. How can Ripley pull herself up from this and not like the little step that was there earlier? Really like gin? See, I can't have alcohol very often because I'm allergic. Like, highly allergic. I drink that shit and want to throw up afterwards, but I wasn't too much a fan of tequila, but I've had like mixed. I've only really had cocktails, and the ones that I've had that had like gin or rum in it were really good. So.
Ricardo, I'm here. Looks like the place synthetics go to die.
Sheesh. Can't you accept for very little, except every now and then? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Give it a posture check right here. I'll drink to wind down. It's been a day at work. Well, hopefully now you can vibe some good old alien game. Ow. Vibe to this.
This is Seegson Executive Ransom speaking. I just woke up to find a working Joe in my suite, and when I asked what the hell it was doing, it lunged for me. I had to leave my own fucking apartment. Send your best technician to Molacor.
Oh, my spoon.
Oh, my spawn.
Things under control. I want a full report ASAP.
The door up here's blown. I can't get near it.
I'm always down to vibe with you, Shishi. I don't feel like you're saying something else there, sir. Wait, this was turned off, right? Okay. Oh, follow the cables.
Biocontainment hazard level Omega. We're experiencing a height of the ring shouldn't be here.
This is horrid. I hope there's another launch into outer space so I can time my spoon with it. Oh, my spoon. You have enough? You have enough what is it, Zara? Oh, it's been a bit. I feel like it's definitely been a bit. Yeah, it's not on this. It's good, like that. We do be vibing, yeah. Is that all of it? Might be all of it. It is all of it. It's been a real long time since British. It has been. It's been very long. British. Amazing. British alien for real. Why is this door closed in front of me?
I must have access to Apollo. Open the tower transit beneath.
Apollo transit reserved for Seegson executives and synthetics only.
Right, then I'll have to find a way to talk to Apollo directly.
Biocontainment hazard level Omega. All permissions rescinded.
I don't have time for this.
Oi, what in the world is this? This boy's a fucking legend. He's a fucking synthetic. He's also a synthetic. I bet. Gonna pull fucking Gabriel. Is his name Gabriel? What was the man's name in the Prometheus sequel? Covenant, Alien Covenant. It's gonna pull an Alien Covenant where you find out he's a synthetic. She really do be easy to vibe with for real. I appreciate that, really do. What's important is the vibes are good, you know? Always what's important. Don't like this very much. Gonna be a jump scare, yeah? Has to be. There has to be a jump scare here, right? You're gonna walk straight by him, it's gonna be one of them come alive. Or they all come alive, even. What in the hell? What is this? Jump scare in an alien game. Ah. Oh yeah. Don't make me do that. Make me walk straight by him again.
You do not have an appointment.
I don't like this very much. It's not optimal.
I'm going to catch you.
That's real good. I like that. Yeah. So predictable. I'm gonna top each of these. I don't trust them. It's not an efficient use of ammo, but it's a necessary use.
You do not have an appointment.
I tapped you! Oh my goodness. Relax. It's not that serious, bruv. Just a door. Well, there goes all my ammo. It happens. I believe she wasted all the bullets. Yeah, it's been 5 minutes. I didn't waste all my bullets. Being spooked by a fucking wildfire. Oh, but we do have a fucking shotgun now. Medkit. Revolver ammo. A lot of shotgun ammo. It was. Some. This is an uncomfortable amount of resources that they're giving me here. Let's just make sure that we make everything that we can, yeah? I guess. Surely nothing bad will happen. I appreciate you to mine a door just for the enemy to use the other door. Yeah, that's usually how these things go. Or it's gonna be the alien who just fucking runs through. Or just completely whiff a throw. Yeah, that too. I'm not the biggest fan of it being, you know, dead silent, but you know, I like that. Yeah, I like that actually. Keep doing that. Oh, that's good. That's good. It's like white noise, you know? Key card required.
I knew you were still here. Careful.
Oh, it's gonna be on one of these guys, ain't it? It's the Human Torch from Fantastic Four!
Maybe one of these things had a key card.
Maybe one of these things had a key card. You're real cute, game. You know that? Oh, look at that. That's so cute. It had a key card on him. Dumbass game. I think I'm gonna leave that there. Yep. Totally safe. No issues here.
Wayland Yutani synthetic registered. Attempted unauthorized access.
Oh. What up in your arms, buddy? Am I gonna turn around and he's gonna like, ah! What? No, he's not. Find Samuels and Seeks and Synthetics. I will. In a bit. Just making sure we're not missing anything, you know? Android orientation. Straights. Cup of Joe's. Ow. Don't have any shotgun ammo. Oh, we do. I got some. Oh, yeah.
Malfunctioning. Great.
What was that, Ripley?
Nothing. Just more shit on this station fucking up. The usual.
Oh, nothing bad's gonna happen here. Nah. What would the game possibly make us all? Bro, it's the sidling portion from fucking... Can't do anything. It's the sidling portion from Wind Waker. Good evening, Shinshif. Hello. Hello. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Finally, a non-horny she viewer. Chum. That's really cute how the like that sounds like breathing. I thought the fucking alien was behind me. Non-horny she viewer? No, it happens. Me. I'm the non-horny she viewer. It's me. Never been horny before in my life. Clueless emoji.
Suspecting in android processing. We've got a situation. There's white on red casualties on station. I've just had an android report to the APTC with head trauma. But he's covered in blood. Human blood. I've alerted the marshals, put my secretary someplace safe, and right now, I'm headed for the transit. I'm gonna get a working... consult Apollo. Maybe it knows who the hell is to blame for this.
She never sims ever. Especially now with her Roaches streams. Nah. Yeah. Roach? What's that, bro? Don't even know what that means.
We don't think something amiss. Follow me, please. We don't forget the little details when seeing the big picture.
Good morning.
Most concerning. Really shouldn't be here.
Good morning. Good morning.
You're going to hurt yourself. This isn't the answer.
Shut up, bitch. Definitely didn't do a point redeem on G stream. Nah. I mean, she's roaches. I don't even know what that means. Like a cockroach? That little skittery bug? Like the little things you find in the trash cans and zombie you can cook. Little crawly boys. That's a roach, right? Like the thing from Men in Black. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Is there no rewire in this one? Unlucky. Oh, it's right here. Never mind. I really be half expecting these things to come out at me while I'm doing things. But the game would never do that. The game would never jump scare me while I'm working on a puzzle.
Oh, my spawn.
My spawn.
Ripley, good to see you alive. Apollo's security perimeter has been built so that only Seeks and synthetics can interact with it. Listen to me. I'm going to have to do something rather drastic if I hope to connect with Apollo.
Spoon is never not funny. Exactly. My spoon.
I'm going to use the reformat chamber. It's the only option. I've had to divert power from the area to allow me to try.
Okay. Love how this game gives me vents on the ceiling, like I'm gonna be scared of that shit. LOL. The alien is dead. Clueless emoji. Surely there's not gonna be a plot point where like, oh no, the drone that you killed was a queen morph because it was the only one alive. Oh, it made a nest.
Samuels, that's too dangerous.
Yes, far too dangerous. Wish me luck.
Samuels, don't!
New mission. Watch Samuels die.
Warning. Apollo connection initiating. Apollo, infection has been purged. The creature is no longer on board. The station is safe. Request that all hazard containment operations are suspended. Alert. Unauthorized connection. Ripley, Apollo's rejecting me. We might be in trouble.
Samuels?
Until power. Apollo is trying to stop me from interfacing. Oh no! Amanda! You need to manually disconnect the systems. Please!
Jesus, Samuels, I'll try!
Wait! You need to do it in the correct order, or the cascade will be fatal for me. I'm accessing Seeks and schematics. Remove the red cable first.
Okay, red first!
You can stand. Maybe. This is not a drill. 25% of system capacity. 50% of system capacity.
Stems in a sea, I'm stuck. Thank God they
Red gun!
think they chose colors, but I can tell.
Can you see it?
Yeah. This purple one, probably, right?
Got it! Blue disconnected. What next?
I'm having trouble accessing the schematics. Apollo is making things difficult.
I need the next one, Samuels! What?
What's happening out there, Ripley?
The emergency lights have come on! I can't make out the colors of the cables! You're gonna have to guide me to them!
The next one is plugged into a wall socket. There was an upturned gurney nearby.
Okay, thankfully.
Found it!
Just two more, Ripley. Look for an open floor panel. There should be a deactivated android next to it.
Okay.
Got it, Samuels!
Just the last one now, Ripley.
Nice.
You're dying.
You talk like I've had an actual life. I thank you for that.
Samuels.
The Apollo transit is open. Once you get into the core, it will talk to you.
You did that for me?
I wanted Amanda Ripley to have closure.
Rip in peace, Samuels, you were a real one.
Ricardo, if you're there, pick up.
I'm here, sorry.
Samuels is gone. He opened Apollo Transit for me. I'm gonna go straight there. I'll get Apollo to lift the lockdown.
That's great. Where do I leave? Oh. Convenient. Okay, that's just a circle.
Something amiss. What are you deducting? This isn't the answer.
No! I don't have any ammo. Guess I have this. Will you burn to death?
Safety protocols. You really shouldn't be here.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Bro doesn't care! He's just on fire! Sir? Sir? That bitch on fire. What do I try? That is true. Comma but. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb.
Samuels, that's too dangerous.
Yes, far too dangerous. Wish me luck.
Samuels, don't!
I guess we gonna have to do this again. I'm gonna save after this. I forgot that I had a stun baton charge.
Apollo, infection has been purged. The creature is no longer on board. The station is safe. Request that all hazard containment operations are suspended. Alert. Unauthorized connection. Ripley, Apollo's rejecting me. We might be in trouble.
Samuels?
Apollo is trying to stop me from interfacing. Oh no! Amanda! You need to manually disconnect the systems. Please!
Jesus, Samuels, I'll try!
Wait! You need to do it in the correct order, or the cascade will be fatal for me. I'm accessing sequence schematics. Remove the red cable first.
Okay, red first!
You can see your legs? Bro, we've been streaming this game all week and that's the first time that I learned that you can see your legs.
Red gun!
Next, look for a blue cable. Can you see it?
Got it! Blue disconnected. What next?
I'm having trouble accessing the schematics. Apollo is making things difficult.
I need the next one, Samuels! What?
What's happening out there, Ripley?
The emergency lights have come on! I can't make out the colors of the cables! You're gonna have to come... Found it!
The next one is plugged into a wall socket. There was an upturned gurney nearby.
I remember.
Got it, Samuels!
Just the last one now, Ripley.
I did it. I remember the order.
You're dying.
You talk like I've had an actual life.
Getting close to 200 yawns. Yes, sir.
Samuels.
The Apollo transit is open. Once you get into the core, it will talk to you.
You did that for me.
I wanted Amanda Ripley to have closure.
Ricardo, if you're there, pick up.
I'm here, sorry.
Samuels is gone. He opened Apollo Transit for me. I'm gonna go straight there. I'll get Apollo to lift the lockdown.
Rip in peace, Samuel. Samuel? Samuel? No, chat. Now we have to fucking find that video. My spoon. No, this is Samuel. This is Samuel.
Samuel!
Samuel? Bro, I can't, man. Chat, I can't think of any word in the English language. Samuel? you built like this? I spend too much time on the internet. Look, everyone's always like, oh, I'm chronically online. Oh, I'm chronically online. No, you're not. I'm chronically online. Me. If you can still speak the English language and not think about memes, we're not chronically online.
Rip, I just found something here. An interview tape. You need to hear it.
Play it, Ricardo.
You're Marlowe, right?
Yeah.
I'm Taylor. Sector Exec Wayland Yutani.
She unplugs from online, she unplugs from life. It's so fucking real.
Some girl with abandonment issues.
Leave Ripley out of this. She's just looking for closure. I'm looking after Wayland Yutani interests.
And I'm looking to get out of this fucking cell. Maybe we can do it again.
Pop your hands. Thank you. Thank you for the pop a cooldown.
Lights on. Red lights on.
I want data. The location of the planetoid where you found the derelict. All data you have on the origins out of
Crunchy.
I can give you that. And a way out of this station. You just have to let me out.
Crunchy fish joint.
agree to those terms. What the fuck?
Taylor! Taylor, get me out of this cell right now! Get me out!
Taylor killed that bitch.
I heard it.
Taylor's the one that we saved, right? Ugh. Bitch is savage, apparently.
Extremely sorry for the current disruption in services. These card for the Central Apollo mainframe. Sebastopol Science.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna finish this weekend. Or if not, this stream. We just got another fucking achievement. How many more do we have? Like... This is chapter...
This whole area contains Apollo supportive systems with the AI core itself at the center.
12.
Apollo prevented Samuels from lifting the lockdown remotely. But once you're
Oh,
inside,
6 more chapters.
sure it'll amuse
Nice. Good pace. Good pace. Outlast isn't that long either, right? Outlast and Little Nightmares, are they long games? Never played them, so I wouldn't know. I think I played a little bit of Outlast.
I've come over to Apollo to find out what sent the synthetics crazy. This place has gone to hell. Apollo's redirected core android duties, and they've just walked away from the maintenance we
Oh, thank you for the raid, Squid. Hi!
shut itself down.
Hello, Squid. Hello!
Systems are suddenly obsessed with
Digimon story. Cyber Sleuth. What is that? Is that one of the new Digimon games? I haven't played that one yet. How is stream? Stream is good. Stream be chillin'.
Firearms detected.
You've got to be shitting me.
Place firearms on security conveyor. Seegson and Apollo.
Bruh.
I'll bet.
Pretty fun RPG? Oh.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Hi, Hal. Thank you for the 8 months. Honestly, this is a lot of fun. Okay. I might take a gander. Outlast is about 5 hours on average. Okay, so that's like 1 or 2 streams. Okay.
Apollo core access elevator offline. Primary Apollo systems inaccessible.
Ricardo, the way-in's blocked off.
How's stream going? Stream be being chilling.
Sebastopol sales tour should
We ain't got no weapons no more. Just took our weapons from us.
Okay, let's see. There's a power conduit that links to the Apollo core. I can use that.
You think you'll fit?
Turn off the electrics, take some deep breaths, squeeze. Easy.
I'm not.
Favorite aliens treating you well? Yes, ma'am. 5930. 4930.
Huddling up to a live conduit is gonna hurt though, right?
I'll have to power it down first.
Thanks, Ian. Oh, I'm just gonna think of him as Ian now. He's Ian to me forever. Oops. Put me in. Also, I just realized, hell, don't you gotta work tonight? What you doing on right now? Don't have any Fridays scheduled until a new bar opens in 2 weeks. Oh, that is exciting. I like to hear that.
Something wrong with your synthetic.
Too bad you're taken during them.
My requisition to acid strip lower habitation just stopped in their tracks.
I mean, I can take my Fridays off.
Looks like you can get to the access to the turbine shaft.
The turbine's running hot, Ricardo. Full speed.
There'll be an emergency shut-off nearby, but it won't stay off forever. You have to get inside quickly.
Sharing your company with these lovely people. That's fair. That's fair. Do you still work weekends though?
Oh, my spawn!
Oh, my spawn! Why their movement? Oh, there's homies down there. Never did work weekends, or at least not regularly. Oh. Okay.
Turbine's off. Way should be clear.
Better run. If Apollo systems overheat, they'll reboot.
This is gonna be tight.
Good luck. Ripley. You're getting deeper into Apollo and your radio signal's getting faint. I'm gonna lose you soon.
Shouldn't be unless something messes up. Gotcha.
There's gonna be lots of Joes down there, Rick.
Oh, he is a synthetic. Was that not a plot point? I don't remember it being mentioned that he was a synthetic. I thought this was gonna be in a Covenant situation where we find out like hella late.
Ricardo, main entrance is locked. Any idea what to do next?
I can't hardly hear you, Rick. Your signal's just faint. It's faint.
Ricardo? For Christ's sake. If you can hear me, find another way to make contact. Something's up with my earpiece.
What? 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 Where does this take place in the context of the movies? It definitely after the first one, because they mention this is Amanda Ripley, who is
Main entrance is locked.
other Ripley's daughter.
What to do next?
I can't hardly hear you, Rick. Your signal's just faint. It's faint.
Ricardo? For Christ's sake. If you can hear me, find another way to make contact. Something's up with my earpiece.
Finally got a gas mask. Time to go back to that one spot.
Spetty, something
What does not stay down? That's the synthetics for you.
off the market. We gotta buy her. A week before they start taking the place apart, and
Oh nah, bae.
after all those endless presentations and tours, I guess the talks weren't stalled at all. Someone at company headquarters just had to click his fingers. A message of confirmation just came in. Apollo is currently receiving a packet of new operation rule sets. So, I guess the deal's sealed. Now, this is board level need to know stuff until it's announced to shareholders. Quite the promotion, huh?
57 time gap between the first and second movie. Yes, sir. That would be correct. Hello, Terminal. Boogie. Boogie. Oh, that's probably for the synthetic, huh? Okay, they're immune to EMPs. Noted. Why not ask me about these? I said, why not ask me about these? Stop that. You're hacking! What? Oh, they two of you now. Catch these. That's one of them. We do not have enough materials to make another molly. Catch these. Not just find a button to press that should take care of them. You smart. This is You're so smart, Hell. Did you know that? You're a genius. Come on, buddy. Let's go back into the funny room. I have news, guys. It only works once. Unless...
Why not ask me about Sevastopol's safety protocol?
Huh? Ah. I see. I'm running. Don't tell me what to do, bitch. He's fucking cheating! He's cheating! He's walling. He has ESP. Aliens was great. 3 and Resurrection were terrible, especially Resurrection. Or whatever the 4th was called. Hey, I really like Covenant, okay? Also, hello? Hello? Tracking? Tracking, are you good? I don't think tracking is good. Tracking is in fact a little dead. It's a little dead. Covenant was the 6th. I'm gonna try restarting my iPhone real quick. Oh. Or actually just restart iFacial. I don't... There we go. Hello. We're moving again. Here we go. I have not asked them about Sevastopol's safety protocols. Covenant was the 6th? I think it was good. I really liked 6. I think my issue with 6 is that Ridley Scott was like, oh yeah, Prometheus isn't good. I mean, isn't good. Isn't connected to the Alien franchise at all. Clueless emoji. And then I think Covenant was like the cope movie to make it connect to Alien. So there was a lot of reaching. Hi.
I'm going to catch you.
No, you ain't. Yes, you are. No, you ain't. Goodbye. You know what Alien movie was also really good? Alien vs. Predator. First one and the second one? Yeah.
Okay, if I power these up, one of them should give me access to Apollo's security bags.
Cock! Dick! still need to watch Prey? That's so crazy how I also still have to watch Prey. We should watch Prey together. Ah, revolver ammo. Blessed. Blessed and based. When they take my revolver away from me. Smile. Frig. Feeling a neat take on the premise. Uses a lot of things from established in the franchise. So I'll check it out. Yeah. Yeah, let's watch it. Yeah, let's watch it. I'm lost.
Apollo, there are androids at the door. Rare seems nowhere to be seen. There are conflicts with the hazard containment breach. Synthetic safety procedures are getting bypassed left and right. Comms are offline. I thought it was random, but I'm not so sure. Oh god, I gotta get in. Tell Suzanne I love her.
Ew, straight people. Oh, I see. Where is that? Among Us. Certainly nothing bad'll happen in here. How long until we get an Among Us movie? I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about an Among Us movie. Use button. It's a little bit difficult. One might say a little bit undoable, even. Holy fuck, Among Us! I'm doing my tasks. That was just like, wires. Among Us! Someone out there right now is pitching it to some studio and it's just gonna be a cringe version of the thing. And I'm for it. If that shit happens, I'm fucking watching it, bro. You better believe, when that Winnie the Pooh horror movie comes out, bro, if it's on fucking like on DVD,
Should make the job easier.
I'm watching that shit with stream, bro. Still shudder at the little I've seen of the thing. Yeah, it's not your movie, darling. One of my favorite horror movies for sure, but definitely not for everybody. Insane how it's like at least the classic one is mostly practical effects too, which is fucking sick. So hyped for that Winnie the Pooh horror movie. I know. Premise and the filming in was super interesting and impressive, and I wish I could enjoy it, but the actual thing itself made me way too uncomfortable. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for the gift sub to Leo Azar. Appreciate you.
What the hell? Two days after we left? You're kidding me. Sons of bitches! It isn't on the damn station. What? Fuck.
There's a nest in the basement. I mean, surely there wouldn't be a nest in the basement. What do you mean that that the singular drone became a queen morph? That makes no sense.
Wayland Yutani, building better worlds.
Why would the only alien on the ship become a queen morph and start reproducing? What? What? That makes no sense. What do you mean? Queen Xeno, I also would? Hell yeah, I would, bro. It's not possible. How that not work? That not how it works.
You're on comms here, Ricardo.
I'm hearing. What's the news?
Apollo's running a Wayland Yutani protocols.
It's what?
Citizens sold out.
Oh, we shuffling. Okay.
It's refusing to lift the lockdown. It says there's something up with the reactor.
Ow. Thank you for the 2 gift subs to Mitt and Jackie. Hal. I love you.
Samuels, Taylor, we all. Guess if we amounted to anything, Apollo wouldn't be so ready to see us killed.
Multiple intruders detected. Lower levels of reactor core. Please attend.
Couldn't not stand Not being first. Fucking. I love you, darling. Freaky, do you want a
Oh, my spawn!
Oh my spawn. To think that that bit started because of a fucking Zomboid stream, man. I hope Z's happy. I'm gonna be talking about that shit tomorrow. All fucking day. Ow. Thank you for the hydrate. All fucking day tomorrow when we're streaming. I'm gonna be talking about my spoon. For real. Be like, hey Z! I got my spoon. My spoon. My soda was thrown in with the water. That's okay.
Please vacate area. Entering access restricted.
Among Us!
Are going to have a talk about safety. It seems you and I have a problem.
Yeah, and our problem is your mouth ain't on my dick. Give me that map. Nah, I'ma run, B. Why not ask me about Sevastopol's safety protocols? Report these. How about that, B? Oh no! I think I'm dead here. I dragged myself into a. Oh, never mind. Amagus! Amagus. How much token do I gotta redeem to demand the Halo stream? I don't mind collabing during Spooky Week. But it'll have to be for one day, you know? Can't do too many. Nah, we still got a few games to go through. No, after Spooky? Oh, after Spooky, bro? Don't even worry. I'm gonna be doing collabs every day. For real. I'm not here. I'm invisible. Fine people have startled this seed. My ion torch got fucking taken. No, it didn't. Don't have the upgrade.
This is an entirely unauthorized alert. Please stop interfering. I'm going to catch you.
You ain't gonna catch shit, bruh. B. Alright, speed cut, speed cut, speed cut, speed cut. Your mom isn't authorized in this facility. Cut faster, Ripley! Oh my goodness, Ripley! We good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Pull it. Oh my god. No. Alright, we're gonna have to be stealthy. Wait, no, we don't have to be stealthy. He's a fucking gamer. He doesn't have the hazmat suit on. That means we can do the funny, right? Yeah. Now when do I get my gun? What's in that mouth? Bro, that's what I be saying. What did they be putting in those robots? It's me for real, huh? 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 Among Us. I hate that that's just my bit every time I go into an event. Among Us. Among Us. Is it just one gamer? Mega Burger. I'm gonna order a fucking pizza tomorrow.
Follow me, please.
Rip in peace. Me, stop! How you gonna get in trouble? Think. Ham baguette. Chick nuggets. Horse burger. The fuck? Chimkin. Can't believe that stream didn't crash at all yesterday too. Oh, why'd you say it, Zach? Now OBS is gonna be like, you talking shit, B?
Oh, my spoon!
Oh, my spoon! But yeah, I'm really surprised. Maybe we magically fixed it again. Clueless emoji. Huh? 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 This one. There's only 2! What do you mean? It's not in here. Stretch. Alright, I got you with the stretch sack. What does it mean power level too low? Oh, I see. What does that warning say anyway? Among Us! Among the engine exhaust emissions, there will be CO2, so never use in an enclosed space without good ventilation. Among Us. Among Us. Bogus. Sussy imposter. I love how this game makes you feel like fucking God by giving you a flamethrower that scares away the alien, lets you use it for one fucking level, and then takes literally every weapon away from you. This game really said, you know what it feels like to be God. Now you know what it feels like to be nothing. Surely this save station means that nothing bad will happen. I was God once. Bolt gun.
Running causes accidents. I'm going to catch you.
No, you ain't.
Why not ask me about Sevastopol's safety protocols?
Bolt gun! I'm gonna get beat up in this cutscene. What if God was just one of us? A fish lady on the bus!
Don't run.
Oh shit! Never mind, I feel like God again. 6832. Bolt gun. You just dropped that android. Hell yeah. About to drop some more too. They run up on me. Or I guess not run up on me. Menacingly walk towards me. Ooh, central reactor.
Never took that at all.
I did some training in one. Seems like a lifetime ago.
Bolt gun. Oh, my shotgun and revolver. Cool. Where my flamethrower at though? Not that I would need it, as there totally isn't a queen morph. I mean, that alien that we killed most definitely was not a queen morph. But, you know, it'd be nice to have my flamethrower back. Oh lord.
The top of the reactor core, Ricardo.
See anything yet?
Nothing. Got some androids, core control systems, business as usual. I'm gonna have to explore the lower level.
Should be an elevator down somewhere.
I can just walk off. Don't make me wait. He's looking at me! Good morning! Those boys take 3 shots. Hi! This is my new gun. Did you want to meet my new gun? That's my new gun. Hi! Did you also want to meet my new gun? That's my new gun. This place is uncomfortable, to say the least. That's just a theory, but I think they wanted to meet your new gun. Just a theory. Fucking theory. I don't like this place. Too many loud noises. Can't really hear the finer things in life. A she theory.
Oh.
Oh, my spawn!
Oh, my spawn. There's a flamethrower.
Ricardo, they're all here. Everyone that's missing. Everyone. They're trapped in some kind of nest. There are eggs. It's like a farm.
Shit. Just get out of there. Now.
Oh no, it's a queen morph nest, cause there was only one alien, so it like made a nest, like reproduce. No, oh no, guys, no, it's reproducing before we kill this, so there's more than one. Oh. I did not know that that was an enemy. I would? The open overmorph? You're weird with it, bro. I would too, though. I bet that shit kinda grippy. Reminds me of the berry off xenussy. I can see that. Yeah, it's never that easy, girl. Oh, these boys are definitely something to behold. I should call her. Is it like fully modeled inside? That's really cool. You know, despite the fact that there's something sticking out of that one. Probably something from the floor. Oh lord. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, aliens. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, and the drooling fucks with you because now you don't know if it's an Alamau or not. That's cute. Nice.
Good on you.
Good on you. Sometimes they just like to barrel into you at full fucking speed. I'm gonna save. That's what I thought, bitch. So nice, you know, wait till you were done saving. Yeah, that's really nice of him. I wonder if I can blast his fucking face off with the shotgun, if that would scare him away. Think he doesn't? Do you think that does enough damage? I should call her. Oh, it's so wonderful how there's just not just one alien, it's just crawling with them. Truly my favorite. literally can't even work fucking... Pay attention to the motion sensor. Fuck it, bruh. I need to sound like that alien. Well, like, I need to sound like the facehugger, bro. Need me a bit who makes me sound like the facehugger for real. Bad boy. Down. Down. Down, boy. Said down. Down, boy. Down, boy! Down, boy. Down. Said down. Down, boy. Bad. Bad. Boy. I think the Xeno would taste good. The facehugger wouldn't. I don't think it would taste good. Yeah, it doesn't have time to age. It's like a fine wine, you know?
Ricardo, I can destroy the nest.
Ripley, you've put yourself in enough danger today.
I can power up all the cores, overload them, and then initiate a reactor purge. It'll destroy everything down there.
I'm not trying to persuade you out of this, Rip. I'd just like it if you didn't die.
This is what's gonna happen. There are emergency overflow circuits that feed excess power into the local capacitor banks on each tower. If I decouple them and discharge the system, the purge will be external. The nest is right in harm's way.
I have no clue what you just said.
Just find something to hold on to.
Wonder if you could eat the Xeno eggs. Sort of like that one street food. Like a big version. I could see that. What? You what? Either he took that shit, or I didn't wait long enough for it to charge. You what? No, no, I don't want to go back down there. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back.
Ricardo, I can destroy the nest.
Quick save.
I can power up all the cores, overload them, and then initiate a reactor purge. It'll destroy everything down there.
Look, I'm not trying to persuade you out of this, Rip. I'd just like it if you didn't die.
This is what's gonna happen. There are
I'll take it in the head on the don't
overflow
drop.
circuits
Yeah.
that access power into the local capacitor banks on each tower. If
I probably didn't let that first one charge long enough, so it just fucking flew past them.
right in harm's way.
I have no clue what you just said.
Just find something to hold on to.
You know, as long as the Ayla Mouse don't come out to play, I think I'll be chilling. I'll be being chilling.
Oh, my spawn.
Oh, my spawn. Oh. The bolt gun is just the spawn. I like that they can shoot spoons instead of bullets. Yes. What the hell? You what? You ain't gonna catch shit, babe. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. What do you ask you? Plus, you're a man.
Oh, my spawn.
Oh, my spawn. Why are they on fire? Okay. That's cool. Thank you, Satan. They're on fire because the reactor's exploding? No, they're on fire because Satan was like, I got you, homie. Amogos!
System purge established. Awaiting confirmation from Control Station Gamma. All synthetic and non-synthetic life, please move to a safe distance.
Oh. Appreciate that the vents in this game look like sci-fi buttholes, as they should.
Ricardo, I'm about to purge the nest. Hang tight.
Shouldn't you like... step away? You scared them off! What did you think would happen?
Hazard level maintained at Omega. Multiple unregistered life forms detected throughout Sevastopol. Power levels throughout Sevastopol compromised.
There's still some on the station. Shit.
That looks kinda cool, not gonna lie, it does.
Just get back to the Marshal Bureau, Rip. Please.
Sure thing, Ian from Utopia. I would love to.
Wait, Rip, something weird's happening.
You think?
I need you to get to medical, now. The reactor purge, it's resetting systems across Sevastopol. Lights, transit, maybe even communications. I think this is our big chance. Just go, now. We might not have much time. I'm heading down to comms.
Okay. Where are we going to? Engineering Transit Station. Cyanide Tower, thank you. Every time you say Ian, my brain doesn't process the second part, so I can't tell if you say Utopia or Zootopia, but my brain accepts it as Zootopia. No, it's Utopia.
Find our transit service deficient. Please fill out one of the forms provided. This car for Sevastopol Science and Medical Tower.
Throwing the switch. Then we're gonna finish this fucking tonight? Oh, we still got 4 chapters. Wait, huh? Wait, that was the 14. Where's the 15, 16? It goes 17, 18. Maybe 17 and 18 are from the fucking DLC then.
Did you manage to get to comms?
I'm here, but I was too late. Apollo's recovered from the reactor purge and locked out external comms again.
Damn it. So why'd you send me here?
Plan B, Rip. See, before I left, the system showed a ship approaching Sevastopol. I think it's the Anisadora. Marlowe managed to send out his autocodes to call it in while comms were temporarily open.
Gotta get to it. Is it docking?
No, but it's in a holding position nearby. Head for the ambulance bay. The shuttles are really short range, but they'll make it.
Got it.
We're back to not trusting vents. Pipe bomb. Uh-oh. That's movement. Why do I have a feeling that I'm being baited? Like the aliens aren't really gonna come out of the vents. Falling around in there. I do not like it, Sam. I am.
Hughes, it's Ransom. I just got your query. Yes, I have been in our transmission relay archive, and I've done some decrypting. I'm looking for crew logs that passed through Sevastopol a while ago. I know you're concerned, but it's ancient history. There's just some stuff I need to know. A routine company transmission packet sent from the edge of Thetis before a ship started its trip home. Nothing that's gonna break anything.
Ripley's asked me to log a report on what happened to the umbilicus when we hooked onto the refinery. I'll tell you what happened. Me and Brett were holding the place together with our bare hands. You think millions of tons of oil to get someone...
I want to go to a movie theater just to order a big bag of popcorn and then leave, bro. I want to go out. I want to fucking go out more. All my friends are in other cities. Either like in another city or hella busy. Theater popcorn just hits different though. For real, for real. Oh. Oh. Down, boy. Remember this place. Oh, I didn't hear the drippies. I did not see the drippies. Fuck. Okay, we're not that far back.
I see a launch on my terminal. Marlo's already taken one of the shuttles.
Waits really did a number on this place.
First drippy's death. It did in fact not see the xenussy drips. It's so true. I need to be more careful entering rooms. Because them putting on vents in front of doors really gets me. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb! Tail was so long. They do kind of be having a long tail though. I just know that shit grips, bro. That's a shotgun! That's not a flamethrower! So we learned that the shotgun, in fact, does not scare him away.
I see a launch on my terminal. Marlo's already taken one of the shuttles.
So true. I knew you'd get me, Zach. Um. Damn, bitch. What's your problem? Think he knows you're low on fuel? That would be horrifying. But would make sense. Which means that for the rest of this, we just might have to play a little bit sneaky.
powerful enough.
Marlowe got through. There has to be a way.
You're gonna make me go all the way back, aren't you? Same station. Oh. Oh. Wrist? Alright, let me see if I can. I don't think my wrists wanna play pop right now. Oh, there we go. Just a little bit. A little bit. Oh, it's sleepy right now. Is it EP? Re-geared, you want a little bit of the nice. My daily allowance.
Coordinates already in the system. Just punch the dash.
What about you?
What about him? There was an alien on board. Imagine.
Ricardo, can you hear me?
Out of range. Not sure how much longer the link's gonna last. How much longer the link's gonna last.
Uh-oh, though, there's vents. Really, really smart way to toy with the lights there. That it looks like a two xenomorph heads. That's really cool.
We may have broken our losing streak. We've barely been scraping a living the past couple of years, and the Anisadora is starting to look like the wrecks we salvage. Can't say the crew's been faring any better. Then we found that flight recorder.
Event Among Us, sussy.
Wayland-Yutani property. That means there'll be a reward. But then Marlowe had an even better idea. Extrapolate the path of the flight recorder to try to find the wreck of the Nostromo. We got lucky. Found a distress signal, and now we're following it. This is it. I can feel it in my bones. He always said he'd do right by me.
We're outside Sevastopol. Marlowe and Foster woke up first. She looked terrible. Meeks and me are about to take a shuttle to the station. Oh well, this has got to break quarantine procedures, right? It's Marlowe's ship.
Oh, my spawn!
Oh, my spawn.
So, I don't know. Maybe the doctors will give her the all clear and things can get to normal. But if they sniff it out when we...
Gonna be in the retirement home just yelling. 45 10. Sussy red among us! Report, report. Oh, my spawn. I believe that last part. I think I'm gonna grow out of the Among Us eventually, but like, dead ass. The nurse is gonna hand me my spoon at the fucking retirement home because we had like porridge for the night, and I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, my spoon, you found it. Thank you." You found my spoon. You can tell no one's here because the camera doesn't move. Spooky. Nurse just goes up to you like, "What's wrong?" You but said, "Oh, my spoon." You've used 4 spoons. That's how you'll know that I'm going through it. Thinking about the days I was an anime girl on the internet.
In case you're hearing me, I've got the Anisador's basic power systems back online. Doors should be open. Hopefully some light. Still no sign of Marlowe.
Marlowe's dead, bruh.
Hey, Ripley. Welcome to the Anisadora.
Marlowe? Where are you, Marlowe?
Thanks for switching the power back on. You saved me a job. I only needed it offline temporarily. I had some things to fix.
We may have broken our losing streak. We've barely been scraping a living the past couple of years, and the Anisadora is starting to look like the wrecks we salvage. Can't say the crew's been faring any better. Then we found that flight recorder. It belongs to a ship, the Nostromo, Wayland-Yutani property.
Maybe you want to join my reward. Plenty of free
But then
spots.
Marlowe had an even better idea. Extrapolate the path of the flight recorder to try to find the wreck of the Nostromo. We got lucky.
Taylor? Taylor! Marlowe, what are you doing?
What no one else seems prepared to do. Come find me,
I can feel
Ripley.
it in my bones.
I got something for you.
He always said he'd do right by me.
This is Marshal Waits of Sevastopol. Officially, I should deny your request to dock. Sevastopol is currently being decommissioned, and I can't compromise security for unscheduled vessels. However, in the light of the property you found, I will allow a small number of your crew to dock via a short-range shuttle. I must remind you that Sevastopol is entitled to a cut of any reward for return of said property once it's on station. Let me know your decision. Waits out.
Okay. Hi, Marlo.
I tried to save Boston, brought him to Sebastopol, broke all the rules getting her ashore. That was stupid of me. Stupid. You don't beat this thing, Ripley. You can't. All you can do is refuse to engage. You gotta wipe out every trace, destroy any clue, stop its infection from spreading, make sure there's no chance of the human race ever making contact with it again. Because the moment it makes contact, it's won. The company's never gonna know what happened here. Nobody is. I won't allow it.
Taylor's dead, bruh. I love how the sounds fuck with you. That's so cool. I don't know what that was over there, but the fucking running water. That was a drooly boy. This game has been really fucking sick.
Added report. Personal message. This is for my daughter. Hi, Amanda. I'm recording this for you, my sweetheart, and I hope you get to hear it one day. You see, I got into trouble. My ship, there was an accident, sweetheart, and we found an alien creature. It was very dangerous, and the only way we could stop it was to destroy the ship. I'm okay. I'm stuck on this lifeboat, long way out. But we had to destroy the ship. We had to destroy the Nostromo. We just couldn't risk bringing that thing home with us. I needed to protect you. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'm sure I'll see you very soon. I love you, sweetheart.
Aww.
Oh my god.
I'm waiting for the jump scare. Oh, there is none.
Now you understand. And then you overload the fusion reactor.
That'll turn the reactor into a goddamn nuke. You'll destroy the ship and the station.
It will annihilate every trace of that creature. Ripley, it's the only way. I can't let it live. And I'm not letting the company have it, or they'll just start the whole thing over again.
to do this!
Stop! Stop it, Marlo!
Marlo, please.
You heard what your mother did. She understood. If she was here, she'd be helping me. You think she would want company suits knowing the zip code of that creature? No one must know.
There are still people alive on the station! Marlo!
Foster's not. She was my wife. I loved her. And I killed her.
I think I was too late. He set it going. He set it going!
Taylor, I'll stop the overload. You have to help me. Go to that console.
Warning. Fusion reactor overload in progress.
Open the fusion system so I can work on him.
What?
I need power sent to the auxiliary generator. Look for the letters AUX.
You sure he's still alive, bruh? He's not alive?
Okay, you're doing good, Taylor. Now switch the maintenance terminal from auto to manual. Do you see it?
I can't find it!
It'll be there, Taylor. Trust me. That's it.
You already know Big got so much radiation exposure from that.
Fusion reactor overload suppressed. Safety limiters restored. Oh god.
You did it! Something's happening. I don't understand. Primary systems collapse. Total system-wide cascade failure.
Oh, fuck! Marlo Gorse in overload. The ship's gonna tear itself apart.
Warning. Critical collapse. Warning. Critical collapse.
Oh, she. Yeah, she dead.
Warning. Critical collapse. Critical collapse. Warning. 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 Critical collapse.
Well, if there is an Alamau on the ship, he better be skedaddling.
Critical collapse. Warning. Critical collapse. Warning. Critical collapse.
Better be skittering like a fucking rat. Off the bat, have a good rest of your stream. Good time with your scary stories later. Don't watch the VOD and listen to scary stories while I
Oh,
play
my
Isaac.
spawn!
My spawn! Thank you, Zach. You have a good night.
Craft coupling malfunction. Service offline.
Ricardo. Ricardo.
Ripley, the Inisadora blast took out the orbital stabilizers. We're about to fall from the sky. I'm trying to contact the Torrens, but the comms are still locked. The ambulance you just docked is screwed. The Torrens is our only way off this. The broadcast from Verlaine just updated.
Hello, Sevastopol. Can you respond? We just saw a ship blow on your starboard side. Took out an entire orbital stabilizer array. We have no place to dock. Please, tell us what's going on in there. We can take survivors. I'll leave this channel open. Torrens out.
Vent. No, that's just the.
Season security just came through. Guns in hand, not friendly. I had to hide under a desk.
What do they want?
The Torrens. They heard the broadcast. They want to contact it. Comms are still out. Stay clear of them though. They're dangerous and desperate.
You're making me do this.
Well. Oh shit! One gamer moving?
Orbital stabilizers operating at 80% and falling.
Yeah. Yeah, true. True. True.
Ricardo.
Ripley, the Inisadora blast took out the orbital stabilizers. We're about to fall from the sky. I'm trying to contact the Torrens, but the comms are still locked. The ambulance you just docked is screwed. The Torrens is our only way off this. The broadcast from the lane just updated.
Nice.
Hello, Sevastopol. Can you respond? We just saw a ship blow on your starboard side, took out an entire orbital stabilizer array. We have no place to dock. Please, tell us what's going on in there. We can take survivors. I'll leave this channel open. Torrens out.
Welcome to Seegson Communications. Please sign in at reception.
Looks like we're gonna have to do this to see us go away.
Guns in hand, not friendly. I had to hide under a desk.
What do they want?
The Torrens. They heard the broadcast.
Flashbang out.
Contact it. I think we plan on taking it by force.
That flashbang did dog shit. I cannot see. Oh, I was praying that you would hit. Flashbang out. Bah! Fuck. We're kinda tight on medkits. Oh no, there's another homie. Hi, 9 p.m. alarm. 9/11 alarm. 9 p.m. alarm. Ow. My bad. Freudian slip. Why did she moan like that? Why did Ripley moan like that, bro? (9/11) wouldn't be a bit alarming. Yeah, just a little bit.
Orbital stabilizers operating at 60% and falling.
Nice orange line. I like that line. Okay. I will go for one more save spot. And then we're gonna call it. For Alien, at least.
You okay?
Listen, Marlowe's permissions are still logged in his terminal. If we had the coordinates for the torrents, we could align the transmitter dishes manually. Bypass Apollo completely.
There's an observatory near the comms array, right?
Yes. Should be able to find the torrent coordinates. I think feel free.
Nice.
Orbital stabilizers operating at 40% and falling.
Better not be any homies. It's never once been a homie in here, but I never trust it. Oh, well, would you look at that? Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny how that works? Oh, alright, gamers. I'm gonna take a like 5-10 minute break, and then we will be doing a. Be doing a little bit of reading. Depending on how long, I'm planning on doing the good old smile, dog, because I know that shit did not age well, for sure. So we gonna do that, and depending on how long that is, we gonna end after that, or I want to do Lost Silver, I think. So let me pull up some good old AFK music. And I shall see y'all in a bit. Hello, chat. Hello. Alright, let's get the ambience going. Hello, chat. Hello. I'm gonna be. Thank you, Oscar. Thank you. I'm gonna raise my sensitivity here a little bit. And now we also I should note throws are off right now. But I was thinking about changing things. I don't remember. I lost my train of thought. But here we go with the good old spooky reading. Today we will be reading Smile Dog. The funny spooky dog. Can I like ooh, what if I like put oh my god, it's a fucking WebP, man. Not funny. Really not funny here. Fucking WebPs, man. Let's pull up the spooky boy. Look at the little spooky boy. There he is. And can I get like a little text on here too? This is gonna be John Spooky. Here we go. John Spooky. I like him. That's a good boy. Alright. I think we are all comfortable with the setup. I like this. I like this a lot. Alright, so I feel like I can raise this a little bit more. That's the mute button, right? Okay. And now we start with Smile Dog. I first met in person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writer gathering information for a few early college assignments, and, if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business. But at the last moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet me. For half an hour, I sat with Terence as we camped outside the bedroom door. I listened, I listening and taking notes while he attempted fruitlessly to calm his wife. The things Mary said made little sense, but fit with the pattern I was expecting. Though I could not see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying, and more often than not, her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time, I could perhaps find another, similar case, if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the CSOP for a small Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992, when she first encountered Smile.jpg, and her life changed forever. She and Terence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only person who has spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous, or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile Dog, that being Smile.jpg. The being Smile.jpg is reputed to display. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of the cyber legend and my proclivity towards such things, was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it exists, other than as a rumor or hoax. It is unique because, though the entire phenomenon centers on a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan. Why is he so small? Hi! Hi, Kishi! Thank you for the raid! I lost my place. We're doing spooky reading today, or tonight. But hello, you are also just chatting. Hello! Hello! Welcome in, raiders. How are you, Kishi? How goes the chatting? What were you doing? Can't hear anything? Oh, okay. Okay. I lost my place. I'm gonna be... You're good now? Okay. Okay. Well, hello. How are you? We are spooky reading right now. And your raid made me lose my spot. But I hope it was good. I hope it was a good stream. Where were we? Got done telling ghost stories? Ooh, that's nice. I'd love to hear it. I'm gonna lower my sensitivity for a little bit, so I can pick up my voice. I want to be reading through a lot of like the quote-unquote classic creepypastas, which is we're reading Smile Dog tonight, and depending on how long this takes, I want to read Lost Silver as well, or Ben Drown, whichever one I feel like by the time we finish it. and my purpose is we remember these are very noteworthy creepypastas. And a majority of them were fucking dog shit. So I thought, what better time to read trash spooky stories than in spooky month? So this is John Spooky here. He will be joining us today. So as we continue on with his spooky story. I'm gonna restart on this line here. It is unique because, though the entire phenomenon centers on a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly, many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan, particularly the X-focused paranormal subboard. Keep raising that British accent redeem, only the entire stream. That goes up by 30% every time it's redeemed. It's only been redeemed once, so. It is suspected these are fakes because they do not have the effect of the true smile.jpg is believed to have, namely the sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety. Gonna be lurking, but I love you very much. Okay, no worries. You know, if you can come, like, as a wise man once said, if you come once or you come every time, it doesn't matter as long as you came. But that's good. I hope you have a good lurk, Kishi. Thank you for the raid account. This purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like smile, I'm gonna say JPEG, smile JPEG is regarded with such disdain, since it is it's patently absurd. Though, depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge smile JPEG's existence might just be as out of fear as it is disbelief. Neither smile JPEG nor smile dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, though the website features articles on such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites, such as hello.jpg, 2 girls, 1 cup. Any attempt to create a page pertaining to smile JPEG is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. We're gonna plan on doing a Russian sleep experiment this stream. Not this stream, but I'm planning on doing like spooky streams on Friday and the weekends. So depending on, I definitely want to get to that because that's also, I think I remember that one being pretty good compared to a lot of the other ones. So I would like to read that. You know, obviously we're gonna be reading Ben Drown, Jeff the Killer, Slenderman. One that I want to give a lot of credit to that I recently reread recently on my own was the NES Godzilla Creepypasta, because that one holds up. In my humble opinion, it still holds up to this day. It's like a really good spooky story. So we shall see. We shall see. Probably, most definitely, yeah. Encounters with Smile JPEG are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E's story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of Smile JPEG showing up in the early days of Usenet, and even one persistent tale that in 2002 a hacker flooded the forums of humor and satire website Something Awful with a deluge of smile dog pictures, rendering almost half the forum's users at the time epileptic. It is also said that in the mid to late 90s that Smile JPEG circulated on Usenet and as an attachment of a chain of emails with the subject line, "Smile, God loves you." Yet, despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or link has ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen Smile JPEG often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo. Dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of a camera. Sits in a dim room, the only background detail that is visible being the human hand extending from beyond the darkness near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually referred to as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog, or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split in a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very sharp, very straight, very human-looking teeth. That's the crime, is straight. That's the real crime of this. This is, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims, who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminately, often while the victims sleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some it is more effective than others. Is sumses a word? Sumsies? No, it's not. It's a typo. Nice. Very nice. Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That is why after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile JPEG, who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length, I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. Dear Mr. L, I am incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realize that I could have handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years I have been haunted by Smile JPEG. Smile Dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it is true. There is an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that make them completely unlike any real dreams I have ever had. I do not move, I do not speak. I simply look ahead. The only thing I see ahead of me is the scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile Dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, though I am not quite sure what it really is. It tells me that it will leave me alone if I only do what it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demands, and I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else. And I could. The week after my incident, I received in the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker. I could even show it to Terrence, as much as the idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? Well, if Smile Dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet, if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did what the creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years, though I kept the diskette hidden amongst many things. Every night for 15 years, Smile Dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years I have stood strong, though there have been many hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board when I first encountered Smile JPEG stopped posting. I heard some of them committed Overwatch launch day. Others remain completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They are the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L, but last summer when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile Dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing, was plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought, and in fact, I still cannot. I am ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile JPEG. You may in time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly more depraved, someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile Dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Aaron's contacted me later that month with news that his wife had disconnected from the IRL Minecraft server. While cleaning up the various things she left behind, closing email accounts and the likes, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He'd found a diskette, he revealed, and burned it until it was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. The part that most disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted. Like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first, I thought perhaps it was a joke, with the couple belatedly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. A quick check of several Chicago newspapers' online obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of Halo Infinite's longevity in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of Smile JPEG, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has an odd way of testing us, testing us. Almost a full year after I'd returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list on your profile and said that you were interested in Smile Dog. I have saw it. It is not as bad as everyone says. Sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. Smile emoji. The final line chilled me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attachment called, naturally, smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for a time. It was most likely a fake, I imagine, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of Smile JPEG's peculiar powers. Mary E.'s account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced after all. Anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what Smile JPEG was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were patently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, Smile Dog came to me in my dreams demanding that I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I chose the latter route, how could I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? If I went through with my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile JPEG, I decided that I could attach it as evidence, and anyone who reads the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming that the smile JPEG attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could. And that was it. That's the spooky. This little German face dog. That was... That was okay. I think that was okay. That was... Spooky has been spookin'. It truly, truly has. How long is this? Ooh, okay. So I am gonna continue reading. Let's see how long Been Drowned is. Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh. Ah, that's a lot, my friend. Is there a lost? Ooh, Lost Silver is pretty short. Ooh. And drowned who? Sussy? Ben did not drown anyone. He is the one who drowned. Yeah, Lost Silver is pretty short. Maybe Lost Silver, and then how long is this? This is more of a like shock more than it is spooky. So I think I'm not gonna read this, but I will say the name Normal Porn for Normal People was, at least in my memory, pretty good. Greetings, fish. Hello, Scully. Hello. Okay, so now we will be starting with Lost Silver. Good old... Do I have like a... Do I have a spooky? Hello, New. Hello. I don't know if you'd be interested in staying new because we are reading spooky stories tonight. I remember Lost Silver not being particularly good. That's fucking porn of Lost Silver. What is... I'm trying to find an image of Lost Silver that I can put on a stream. What is wrong with you? I think we just keep John spooky. Yeah. Okay, I love imagining things on my wall. That's what it takes to listen to you. Yeah, that's fair. Alright. So we'll do Lost Silver, and I will consider... I'll consider normal porn for normal people, because I really think that was just like really like it was okay-ish, but I feel like it was written more for shock than it was for spooky, you know? Money tight right now, so can't sub. Sorry for the skill sheet. Oh no, you're completely fine, Scully. guys are never pressured to sub to the channel. I appreciate y'all just coming by and saying hi. Okay, we are starting with Pokemon Lost Silver. I am a simple college student, living alone in an apartment. I was very enthusiastic to hear about the release of Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver here in the States. I have purposely locked myself out of all the media and the internet aside from school purposes. That means no 4chan, no /v, no Bulbapedia, etc. As I was busy with the school year and being poor at the time, I wasn't able to buy Soul Silver on its launch date. After my school year ended, I ordered Soul Silver on Amazon. However, it would take a week for it to arrive. I decided during that time I would replay my Crystal version on my Game Boy Color. Unfortunate, this is about to be bad. You have to understand this. When was Soul Silver released? 4chan was a lot bigger. Yeah, this was in 2009 that Soul Silver was made. So like, a lot of the edgelords were still on 4chan. So it's you know, but it's kind of some slack, you know? However, I realized that a long time ago, my mom threw it away because I told her that her save went dead, and I was very upset about it then. She also threw away my silver version, so all I have is my Game Boy Color. As such, I set out to GameStop and bought a used silver version, as it's the only Pokemon game left that they have for the Game Boy Color. $10, pretty cheap. I went home and started it up for a nostalgia trip. However, that's where things started getting bizarre, and most likely the reason why you are reading this. Oh, I love the classic. I bought it off a yard sale and it started acting weird. It had like a save file named PP Head. The Game Freak logo started up as normal, but it just froze there. I thought the cart had just errored or something, so I turned it off and on. The same thing happened. I tried pressing A and start over and over, and all of the buttons. Eventually, the logo vanished, and there was a black screen for about 5 seconds. Suddenly, rather than going to the usual menu screen, I was already in the game in a previous save file, which was odd, as I was expecting all of these cards to have been wiped by the poor battery. Either way, I wasn't complaining, as I would have had to chosen the continued option to see what the previous guy did anyway. First off, I checked his trainer information. His name was just 3 dots. He didn't have much personality. I checked his profile, and apparently he had 999 hours, 99 minutes in the game, with all 16 badges, 99,999.9 Pokédollars, and all 251 Pokemon on the Pokedex. Seeing as he apparently had Mew and Celebi logged also, I'm guessing he either used the Game Genie, or was a really hardcore Pokemon player back then. I'm gonna pause that reading right here. If anybody in this chat who doesn't know what a Game Genie is, the door is right behind me. Thank you. Thank you. I checked his Pokemon to see what a badass team he has. To my surprise, I saw 5 unknowns and a 6th Pokemon named Hurry. I'm thinking that this must have been some cruel joke by the person who last played this game, but I decided to check the profiles of the Pokemon anyway. An action replay? Yeah, action replay, Game Genie, did the same thing. For different consoles, you know. As expected, they were different letters of unknown, all level 5. I was a bit shaky with my unknown alphabet at the time, but I identified the word spelled out to be leave. But as for the 6th Pokemon, it turned out to be Cyndaquil. Mind you, this was before there were individualized Pokemon icons. The Cyndaquil looked normal, but it was level 5 with 1 HP left, and it only had 2 attacks, Leer and Flash. I don't know why they named him Hurry, but at the time, I just disregarded it. The most eerie thing was that, despite my volume being at max, none of the Pokemon had said their usual cries. Just pure silence. Having enough of the team, I closed it. I was parked at what seemed to be the entrance to a room inside Bellsprout Tower. However, for some reason, there were no NPCs around. Even more eerie was that the pillar in the middle didn't move at all, as if it was just leaning on its side. There was no music at all. There was no exit or ladder, or at least I thought there wasn't. I walked around for a few minutes, but can't seem to find a way out. This certainly was not a room that I've seen in the Bellsprout Tower before. Tried to check my items for an escape rope, but the bag was completely empty. There wasn't any wild Pokemon either. They venture around. I'm gonna do this real quick. So I'm also gonna turn away from my microphone just in case. But like, my main issue with I don't know how you can set it up, right? Like, I'm not a writer anymore. But even then, like, I don't know how to set it up, but just like setting up a cartridge, like a spooky haunted cartridge, as just like I went to the local yard sale. This like old man who's like 8,000 years old, he got out of his chair and dust came off, and I started hearing like Egyptian music. I think there was like a sarcophagus in his garage or something. Like, and I picked up the cartridge and I put it in the game, and it had like a save file with everything maxed, and his name was like Pee His Spooky Boy. And then it's just like, I'm in the game, I'm locked in a room. I don't know. I've never written a horror story, so I wouldn't know. They were pretty bad too. It's okay. Classic horror is something, for sure. Finally, I managed to find a ladder, which turned out to be behind the pillar. The screen turned black, and the music finally started playing. I had a sudden chill as I recognized the melody that you hear to be the theme you hear when you listen to the radio at the elf ruins where the unknown were at. I immediately realized that this wasn't a loading transition, but rather I was in a dark room and would need flash. Before I took care of it though, I immediately checked my Poke Gear to change the radio to something more pleasant, but it turns out there was no radio card, or even a phone, nor time cards. There was only a map in which Gold, triple period from earlier, I will call him Gold from now on, was just walking in midst of black. Do some Junji Ito shit and make it show up one day on your doorstep and have it devolve into demons coming for you in your walls in the corner of your vision, have them stalk you and shit. This is the Hex. I don't know if you've read or you've heard anything of the NES Godzilla, but yes, it had like the what's it called? It had the the old veteran man with the yard sale, and he bought like an NES cartridge for Godzilla, and it was one of his favorite games. But it spoilers, I guess. It does have a lot of that. It's one of its own things that some people in the circle, the spooky circle, call personalized horror. I don't want to get too into it because I do want to give NES Godzilla like a full try and everything, but it's basically like a haunted cartridge that like I guess I don't know exactly what it was. I think it's at that time that I was rereading it, it was still being written. It was like this being that was from the main character's childhood, and so he knows like all of the main character's like childhood trauma and everything, and he like delves into it in the game, and it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. And it feels different. I think it hits more if it's like if it feels like it was meant to be played by the character instead of it just being like the game is haunted. Ooh, you know? I recall that Cyndaquil had Flash, so I turned off the Pokegear and made Cyndaquil use Flash. I didn't see any message saying, "Hurry has used Flash," or anything like that. The room just became lit, just like that, and I soon regretted it. The room was a chilling blood red with a linear gray path heading south. The ladder I used to go up or down was not there at all. I had no choice but to head south. The screen got darker every 20 steps I made, until I finally made it to the end, which appeared to be a sign. I read the sign, which said, "Turn back now." And like a destined thing, like it was meant to be in your hands. Yes, yes. Because, man, I feel like with stuff like Ben Drowned or with Lost Silver, I think the spooky hits a lot more. Like with like what you said, Hex. Like if it was meant to be in your hands specifically. If that spooky thing was for you, you know. If it's just like spooky ROM hack Sonic.exe, it doesn't hit that hard. Because at that point you're just fucking load up PewDiePie playing Amnesia, you know? Not tailored to you. And it also plays with the like, you're not alone, or your thoughts aren't your own. With like you delve into that with okay, what? Because then you can say, okay, whatever, sure, someone reprogrammed the game to be funny, not holy fuck, game needs me. Yeah, exactly. It's like, again, your thoughts aren't your own, or you're not alone in your life. And then the fact that you don't know that, but whatever knows what no one else is supposed to know about you is a different level of spooky, you know? That no fucking John Spooky could do. Suddenly, I was asked to answer yes or no, but there was no question asked. I chose yes, as I do not know what I was asking, and the screen went black again, making a ladder climb sound. The unknown radio music stopped, and in a few seconds was replaced by the not as creepy Pokeflute radio music. Why would you ever say yes? You don't. You don't. And I think that's also another thing. This is just gonna be fucking a horror story critique speak. This isn't even gonna be fucking reading. Lob isn't supposed to be on Regeared. But in all of these, like what you said, no, you're fine, Regeared. I just forgot to turn it off. I wish I could refund you the points. I made it. I made it auto redeem. So, but I can't give you the points back. My bad, man. But it's like what you said, no one in this situation is going to pick yes. Or no one in this situation is going to be like, oh yeah, super spooky game. Doesn't play the way it's supposed to be played. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I keep playing this. No one's gonna do that. But if it's something like NES Godzilla, where it's basically mocking you about things that you went through in your life, and is like calling you by your name and saying things that only you would have known that you experienced, it gives more reason for you to keep going, because that's, you know, it's like, what do you mean by that, you know? But Bowie just found Pokemon Silver and has a Pokemon file that says leave, hurry, and he's like, must be the wind, time to keep playing Pokemon. No one's gonna do that. You will go to church and you'll be like, Father, I played video games for a little bit of my life. I don't want to play them anymore. The funny dog smiled at me and had a hand, and it's not supposed to have hands, Father. You know, dogs have paws. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Classic creepypastas were trash. If that happens to me, that's it. No more games. I'm reading books now. And then the book starts talking to you, bro. You find a Necronomicon or some shit. And he's like, thank you for letting me free. I can now eat your soul. I was in another dark room, but I held my breath and used flash again. Suddenly, it said, Hurry has fainted, which was odd, since I recalled that there were no status conditions like poison on him, and I clearly wasn't in battle. I checked my Pokemon quickly, and suddenly noticed he's no longer in my party. In fact, after a bit of investigating, none of my Pokemon are there, but instead are all replaced by level 10 unknown. I did the same thing as before and spelled out the unknown. My team of unknowns spelled he died. You turn off the game. You turn off the game. You bring it to a church. It gets exorcised by the by the priest. And then you burn the cartridge. And then you go outside of the church and you touch grass. You appreciate life and you touch grass. And you never play that game again. Don't talk about it. It happened. Like, touch grass, enjoy your life. You dodged the bullet, bro. That's it. That's all you gotta do. That's the story. There you go. You're welcome. Either way, after that creepy change, the room was lit to reveal itself. To reveal myself in a very small room that appears to be only 4 squares big. The walls were that of gray bricks, as if I were inside something that were hollowed out. Outside that room appears to be a bunch of graves, similar to the one in Pokemon Red and Blue. I walked around in that small room and pressed A, but nothing happened. I've already concluded that this was clearly a hacked game and some sadistic fuck sold it to GameStop. However, my curiosity kept me going. That's cap. That's cap. Ain't that right, John Spooky? Even you think that's cap. No sane individual's gonna do this shit. Bro probably watches Shimura-chan on fucking twitch.tv for real. Time for rest. Alright, have a good one, Regan. Only people who would be doing this shit right now, who is like, oh, spooky cartridge, killing people, it's self-aware. Let's keep playing. You watch Shimura-chan, bro. Shut up. Go to sleep. I checked the trainer profile of Gold again and found out that the sprite of Gold was missing his arms. He also seems to be less smug, but rather seems more sad and empty in a way that I do not know how to describe. For some reason, it also said that he now has 24 badges, which was clearly impossible. After a few minutes of aimless wandering, my character suddenly spun and did the escape rope spinning animation. Instead of flying up though, my character spun downwards slowly, as if sinking. After that, the music stopped. After finally landing, the overworld sprite of Gold is colored differently now. Instead of the usual red color he dons, he appears completely white, including his skin. Oh no, he gained rights! It's as if he came straight out from the colorless Game Boy games, placed into a colored background of the Game Boy Color. I checked his profile, and now, while he is seen as white, and while now is as white as his overworld sprite. He lost his legs and has what appears to be bloody tears from his eyes. It also now says that he has 32 badges, which now starts to disturb me, as this change of number seems to represent something important. I also checked my Pokemon, which this time contains 5 unknowns and a level 100 Celebi without a nickname. The unknown this time are leveled 15 and spell out dying. I checked the Celebi's profile. It was a shiny Celebi, except there's only half of the sprite. 1 arm, 1 leg, 1 eye. It only has 1 attack. Perish Song. The area I was in itself was the Sprout Tower with the immobile pillar as before, except everything is apparently red now. I walked north for what felt like forever. Eventually, I encountered some generic men and women NPC. They were all lined up, side to side, just facing the long, slantish pillar in the middle. They were also white, and nothing happens when I try to speak to them. I kept on going north until eventually the pillar finally appears chopped off, with a transparent red in that spot. Went up to red, and without even pressing A, I was suddenly engaged, finally in a battle. The music starts again, which sounds like the unknown music again, but played backwards. Ooh. Ooh. I need water, bro. I'm gonna piss, this is so bad. Gold's battle back sprite matches his front one with the bloody eyes, white skin, and lack of arms, while red sprite was the same as before, gold and silver, except transparent. The text simply said, wants to battle, as if he has no name. Both of us only have 1 Pokemon each, which is weird, as I swore I had 6 of the unknowns. 6 with the unknowns. My shiny Celebi came out, conveniently, with half a sprite for the back sprite also. The shiny noise and animation were different, and as the sounds it made sound like multiple screech attacks used consecutively. Red sent out a seemingly normal male Pikachu, except he is level 255, and his sprite seems sad and has tear in his eyes. Other than the usual Pokemon battle menu, I was only given the option to use the attacks. Since Celebi only has one, I chose it. Naturally, since Pikachu was level 255, he went first. Pikachu used Curse, lowering his speed and increasing his other stats. I'm not even sure if Pikachu could use Curse. You don't. You turn the fucking... Celebi used Perish Song. In 3 turns, both Pokemon get KO'd. Not like I have a choice. At this point, it didn't even go back to the fight menu, as the battle just continued on without me. Also note that there were no animations at all for some reason. Pikachu used Flail, which didn't do much damage despite his level and boost us. And boost as his health was maxed. Celebi used Perish Song. Nothing happens, as it was already used. Pikachu used Frustration, which did a shit ton of damage, knocking Celebi down to less than 10 HP. Celebi used Plane Split, which surprised me, as Celebi didn't even have that attack in the first place. Now Celebi and Pikachu have about 150 health. Pikachu used Mean Look. Not like that did anything. As expected, due to the effects of Perish Song, my Celebi fainted, except in the text it said that Celebi has died, and instead of the normal, ordinary drop off the screen animation, the Celebi back sprite just vanished. For some reason, the Pikachu was still up even with the Perish Song, and it didn't count as my loss. Pikachu used one more different attack beyond the 5 attack limit. 4? 4. Pikachu used Destiny Bond. Afterwards, it said Pikachu has died with a slow fade out animation. Apparently, I was the winner, as the transparent red sprite showed up and simply said a string of periods. At that point, I just freaked out as that transparent red sprite was suddenly beheaded, leaving nothing but his transparent body. The battle then ended at that point and faded out along with the music. I'm back in the overworld with another change to the gold sprite. He's now as transparent as Red's overworld sprite. I quickly checked Gold's profile, where this time the only thing that remains of him is his head, with transparent skin. The head was zoomed a bit, showing a black void in its eyes. It now stated that he has 40 badges. I then backed out and checked my Pokemon. They were all level 20 shiny unknown, which one spelled out, read no more. I was at what I now know is next to the end. There was apparently no music playing, but for some reason I still felt that could... I'm having a stroke? There was apparently no music playing, but for some reason I still felt like something was there that could be heard. I'm having a stroke, my bad. I was back in my room in New Barktown. Maybe finally I get to play this game properly. But who am I kidding? I knew that sadistic fuck must have done something. I walked around my room to interact with things, as I'm a bit afraid to go downstairs and see what was waiting down there. Notice that I said walked, as while the background was moving. Gold was not moving his transparent limbs at all while doing so, just floating like those ghosts you see in Diamond and Pearl. As expected, the radio, computer, and TV did not work, so I had no choice but to go down the stairs. I ended up in the same lower level room of my house. Everything appears normal, except my mom is at home. After failing to interact with anything in this room, I decided to go outside. To my surprise, that door leading outside the south didn't work, and I instead just walked straight into a void. I continued moving south to see what the fuck was going on. My house vanishes as I head south into the void. It was creepy as when I entered the void. The outline on Gold's transparent sprite turned white to contrast with the pitch black. Eventually, I reached a white area, and Gold's sprite turned black and transparent again. I continued south without thinking of stopping at all. After a long trek south, I finally encountered something. It was Gold's regular sprite. I talked to it. He said, "Goodbye forever," notably with a space in between the forever and a string of periods, and vanished. As that happened, it said, question mark, question mark, question mark, use nightmare, which at that point, I would not deny that being possible. Gold did another escape rope animation, spinning slowly downwards like before. I'm now back into that small hollowed out room surrounded by graves earlier, or at least to say I was back there, as there's no sprite anymore. I tried to walk around, but nothing moved, not even wall bumping noise. I checked my trainer profile with absolutely no gold sprite left. Said I had 0 badges, and all the pictures of the Johto gym leaders at the bottom were replaced by skulls. I checked my Pokemon, which were all level 25 unknown. As expected, it spelled out a phrase that I dared to read, "I'm dead." I'm gonna push through this, and I'm gonna yell at this afterwards. As soon as I went back to the overworld, the room I supposedly was in was then covered with the same blocks as the walls. I then tried to figure out what exactly that room was when the final text was said, "R.I.P." That room was a big grave, surrounded by other graves. Gold has already been dead. He died presumably a few years after he defeated Red. He was a young trainer who, despite his efforts in collecting so many badges and attempts at becoming the Pokemon Master, was still unable to avoid the inevitable fate of death, and his efforts were eventually forgotten by the next generation. I was unable to escape from that text no matter what I pressed. I tried resetting the game, and the same thing happened, at which I finally decided to give up on that horrible nightmare. After that experience, I will never look at the gimmick unknown the same way again. They say that only the first generation have folktales and legends, but I think the second generation has shown me how unpleasant the truth can be. I eventually enjoyed Soul Silver immensely, but I still can't unthink what that rigged game has told me. Hi, Dumpling. Hi, you're just gonna hear me fucking rip this story a new one. It is. I'm a little salty. I'm a little bit angry at this. But how was Valorant, Dumpling? How was? Tell me how the Valorant was. Hopefully your Valorant's been better than what is happening. So Friday and weekends I am planning on doing spooky streams where we're reading classic creepypastas. So we read Smile Dog earlier, which is why we have Mr. John Spooky here. And we just finished Lost Silver, which it's bad. It was bad. It's just like it makes no sense. I would like to imagine that the character of Lost Silver is a sane individual who doesn't watch Shimura Chan on twitch.tv. Taking that assumption that the main character of this is supposed to be sane, at no point do you look at a game that starts off with no like save select screen, okay? And it has like leave hurry spelled out in unknowns, and then the last Pokemon is named Hurry. No sane person is gonna be like, it's okay, it's okay. We play the game. It's okay. It's okay. And then later on, say that you do. The game locks you in a room that doesn't exist in the game. And fucking loses his Pokemon, and then he gets a new one that says he died. At no point do you not go take this cartridge to the church and be like, Father, this game called my pee-pee small. Please exercise it. No one who... You do that. You are go... Thank you, Sid, for the raid. This isn't good. This isn't good. You just raided me with me fucking tearing a new one into this, into this reading. But I hope you had fun with News Dash. We just got finished reading Pokemon Lost Silver, and I am I'm critiquing it. No, so my PB isn't small. Rewinding a little bit. I was saying that no sane person would have a game, would play a game that you played before, and you play like this one that you found on a fucking yard sale where this guy had like a fucking sarcophagus in his fucking asshole or something, right? And it does like, the Pokemon died, not fainted, it died, and then the game said he died. You go to church and you tell the Pope, like, Father, this game called my pee-pee small, can you exercise it, please? And then you go outside and you touch grass because you appreciate life, and you appreciate that there are things in this world that you do not want to humor, like the game telling you that it died. It's not good, man. It's not a good, it's not good. It's not a good story. I didn't like it. I really didn't. Am I high? She is saying things? No, I'm a little angry at old creepypastas. Yeah, well, like Hex said, at least with Smile Dog, it's a cognito hazard that you can't avoid. You could avoid it, but yeah, like, Pokemon game tells you that your Pokemon died, and you just, and you keep playing. It was more annoying than scared. Exactly, like, Pikachu used Curse, lowering his speed and increasing his other stats. I'm not even sure Pikachu could use Curse. And then, you know, due to the effects of Perish Song, my Celebi fainted, except in the text it said Celebi has died, and instead of the ordinary drop-off the screen animation, the Celebi backsprite just vanished. For some reason, the Pikachu was still up, even with Perish Song, and it didn't count as my loss. Pikachu then used one more attack beyond the 5 attack limit. And he kept playing. He kept playing after this. Why would you keep playing after that? You don't keep playing after that. Just don't. You really don't. You really don't. Thank you for the follow, Homeless Ants. Like, Smile Dog was good. I like Smile Dog. I wish there was a little bit more reasoning as to why the, like, the funny Germa face dog makes you go insane, but I mean, no, I don't know. It's just, it's not good. It's not good. I don't like it. Do I want to read another one? What if I read a little bit of NES Godzilla? Just a little bit. Because it is a really long, so I'm probably going to be doing that over a couple of streams. Read these? Alright, Basher. Sure. I'd love to. Yeah, this fucking creepypasta is 8 chapters long. But the thing that I really love about NES Godzilla, and what I think it does really good, is that it has a lot of the spooky, it has a lot of the spooky, I found this cartridge in my nan's asshole when they were taking her to the funeral to like bury her. It has that, right? But what I really like about NES Godzilla is that it gives you a reason. It gives the character a reason to keep playing the game. There is no reason for you to be playing a game after everything that happens in Lost Silver. There's no reason for you to keep playing it. But NES Godzilla does what people in the spooky circle call personalized horror, where it's basically like the game does the spooky thing, but it also talks about things in your life, like childhood trauma, that only you would know about. So there's more incentive for the character to be continuing to play the spooky game that said your mom died, you know? Instead of just a spooky game you found off the side of the street next to the meth head down the street who forgot how to speak English from taking too much meth. You're right, you're so goddamn different in solo streams. I am. Russian sleep experiment will remedy the scars of these tragedies of writing. Okay, no, Smile Dog was good. I liked Smile Dog. Again, maybe a little bit more on the why the funny German dog. The sussy dog who looks like a fucking Mandela catalog character. Why it does the things, but it was still good. It was still good. Lost Silver, bad. Terrible. So was Gateway of the Mind. Yes, Gateway of the Mind was really good as well. I'm gonna shill it again. NES Godzilla, really fucking good. Because I think the spooky haunted game is a good premise. It's just there needs to be a reason for the character to stick around. Because even if I remember, I haven't read Ben Drown in forever, but like, if I remember, Ben Drown was the same way. Yeah. And there's just, you don't play these games. There's no reason for you to keep playing it. Room setting is a good one. Circa 2009 creepypasta just built wrong. Facts. Facts. Room setting is a good one. I don't think I've read that one. Yeah, NES Godzilla was written in 2011. Super good. You know what? I don't want to end. I don't want to end being salty at Lost Silver because that was. I'm seething. I'm mauling a little bit. Pendron also had some energy type shit low key with the fake cult in their website. I do not remember that. Damn, it's been a hot minute. And on a good one, I'm shilling it. I've been shilling it, so I may as well read it. I'm gonna read like. There's 9 chapters, so I'm not gonna read all of it right now. But I'll read. I'll read 2 chapters. I'll read the first 2 chapters of NES Godzilla, and then tomorrow night, not tomorrow night, Sunday night, because Saturday I'm playing with Shadow and Z and Ren, earlier, and I don't, you know. So on Sunday I'm gonna be finishing Alien Isolation, and then probably finish Godzilla. It's a fucking long ass fucking story. So I'm just gonna get the first 2 chapters out right now, and then we can finish the rest afterwards. And if my fucking voice gives out before then we read however much I can read. So there's a little bit of a pretext on NES Godzilla. You'll be reading. Good ass one though, it is. It's good. It's really good. You're fine. Shut up. Thank you. Thank you. NES Godzilla Creepypasta is a very, very long pasta about, well, just that. Originally written by Cosby Daff on Bog Leech, this pasta is known both for its length and for being extremely image heavy. It is so long, in fact, that it had to be split into subpages. Retrieved from here. The original, posted in the Bog Leech forums, can be found here. And this is the only one that I'm going to be doing this for, because it is image heavy. So let me see if I can set up. Y'all can look at this spooky. While I am reading it. NES Godzilla Chapter 1. Earth and Mars. When I was a little kid, the 2 things I loved most in life were Godzilla and NES games. So naturally, when Godzilla, Monster of Monsters came out, it was like a dream come true. Well, almost. So, to sum it up, most of the game revolved around getting through very repetitive outer space levels while smashing up tanks and jets, and then fighting against Godzilla's monster enemies. Overall, it was pretty mediocre, but back then I didn't care. When I got the game as a present for my 10th birthday, I played it night and day, as much as I could. Unfortunately, I had traded the game for a Magon a late year later, much to my regret when I found out what that game was like. Recently, I had bought a new NES system, and through lots of hunting and asking around, my friend Billy managed to gain a copy of Godzilla, Monster of Monsters. I was pumped to play my favorite childhood game. It never even occurred to me to ask where Billy found it. He also gave me some other games, like The Legend of Zelda, Bomberman, and some stupid thing called Action 52. But Godzilla had to come first. So I started the game, and the nostalgia came flooding back like a tidal wave. Godzilla's 8-bit theme song flooded proudly through the speakers, and I was soon grinning like an idiot. Coming out of light for a moment to see your reading voice is incredibly soothing despite what you are reading. Thank you. That's my brand. I realize now that I'm covering chat a little bit. There you go. But that's pretty on brand. Thank you, Dokishi. Some people laugh at me for playing such outdated games, but I've never had as much enjoyment for any games other than those on the NES. Those 8-bit games take me back to when things were much simpler, more safe. I can't see my notifications, but thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Hello, Enlightened Boss. Hello. Welcome in. We are reading NES Godzilla right now. Those 8-bit games... Okay, no, we read that. But after what's happened with this game, I don't have those feelings. I don't have those feelings anymore. I had forgotten how quick the fun of smashing things with Godzilla wore off in the scrolling levels. The game bombards you with bullets and things crashing into you from every direction, and you're too big to avoid the most of them. Although my excitement had worn down some, it wasn't long at all before I got my first boss battle. My first opponent was Ghidorah, an obscure squid kaiju who had never been in a Godzilla movie. The most annoying thing about fighting Ghidorah is that he always backs you into a corner and starts smacking you with his tentacle. And you're unable to get it off until you're unable to move until he gets off of you. Hi, cat! Hi! Hi, we're reading, but hi! I hope your League stream was good. Thank you for the raid. This move doesn't do any damage, but it can stall you until the timer runs out and you have to start the fight over, and he regains some health. As annoying as it sounds, and of course he did it when I fought him, only for some reason this caused the game to glitch out, because once he started smacking me, he never stopped. The timer is supposed to end the fight in about 40 seconds, but this lasted nearly 5 minutes. After a while, the graphics started to mess up, with little red blocks all over the place. Which was weird, but I just took the game out, blew on it, and started it again. I wasn't about to let a little glitch stand in my way. So, I started again, and this time defeated Ghidorah and the level's other boss monster, Mogira, without any problems. I've also never watched a Godzilla movie before, nor read anything, so I'm going to be butchering these names for any Godzilla fans out there. So then it was on to the next planet, Mars. I browsed around the board and found something unexpected. Where Varon's piece should have been, there was instead a piece representing Titanosaurus. There were only 10 kaiju in the game, and Titanosaurus was not one of them. So I thought, perhaps Titanosaurus was originally intended to be in the game, but was swapped out with Varon for some reason. So I began to feel very excited. Not only was I playing my favorite game, but I was playing a prototype of some sort with a new monster. Needless to say, I ran through the levels as fast as I could to see Titanosaurus in action. Fought Ghidorah again and beat him before he could do his tentacle smack. But this time the glitch started happening when he died. Ghidorah's sprite didn't sink to the bottom, but instead seemed to be devoured by the glitch, and his eyes started randomly appearing all over the screen. I now know these glitches with Ghidorah were my first warning sign that something was very wrong with this game, but I foolishly ignored it and proceeded on to fight Mogira, who, this time, had a glitch of his own. Mogira was twice the size he should have been, which startled me. He was also considerably harder to beat than usual, which is to say, not at all. But soon I had defeated him also, and when he died, yet another glitch happened. This happened extremely fast, so I was lucky to get a screen cap of it at all. But what happened was that the giant Mogira sprite started to shatter and melt. Also, if you look at the garbled text in the right corner of the screen, you'll notice what appears to be a bird in a cage. I still have no idea what that meant. At this point, I was about to fight Titanosaurus, and I was worried about what kind of glitches would happen in this fight. But to my surprise, Titanosaurus looked just fine, although all of the game's bipedal monsters were the same height. Although all the game's bipedal monsters were the same height, Titanosaurus was a bit taller. But since Titanosaurus was actually taller than Godzilla in his film debut, I thought this was kinda cool. After a very fun fight with a monster that wasn't supposed to be in the game, I took over the enemy base and proceeded not to Jupiter like normal, but instead to Pathos. Chapter 2, Pathos. Pathos was the same as Jupiter in layout, except the board was a dark blue rather than green. The first thing I noticed was all the usual level icons had been replaced by a blue rock and some kind of orange honeycomb shape. There was one icon that had part of the jungle icon shape, but I didn't pay much thought to it. I checked the other side of the board to see the new monster. Instead of Hedorah, it was Biolante. But that couldn't have been right. Godzilla vs. Biolante didn't come out until 1989, and this game was made in 1988. Perhaps Toho put Biolante in the game to build excitement for the movie next year, but changed their minds? I tried to rationalize the game's abnormalities in any way that I could, but this would prove to be futile. Pathos' map song was the first new song I heard in the game. Like most of the new songs, it was hard to describe. I'll try. It started out slow and suspenseful, much slower than any song in the game, but every 12 seconds or so there would be a loud clashing sound and the tempo changed. It was like the composer randomly played parts from 5 different songs with the same instrument. I moved Godzilla over to one of the many blue rock icons that had replaced the jungle icons and started the level. The level resembled a blue mountain range with a blood-red planet in the sky. But there was something odd about the mountains. They had a shredded paper look to them. Thought at first maybe the glitch had affected it, but it looked far too intentional. I quickly noticed something else about this new level. There were no enemies, not even any obstacles. Good night, Jet. I should also mention that this was where the point meter started to become glitched beyond comprehension, but it didn't bother me much. I never keep up with the game's points. So without having to focus on anything, I listened to the music while walking through the level unopposed. The music had a sorrowful feel to it. It would have been rather pleasant had I heard it in another game. The level went on for 3 screens, but with no obstacles around. I finished it very quickly. Tried other levels of the same to see if any enemies would appear, but there were none. There was little else to be seen in the Blue Mountains, so I tried the other level type. I started one of the orange levels, and my eyes were assaulted with a grotesque background of tumorous orange eyes. The sky was the same as the ground, so I had assumed that the game was indicating that this level takes place in a cave. The only enemies here were the Matango spawn, but you can see these little bastards were everywhere. The music certainly didn't help, with a mixture of screeching sounds and loud drum beats that sounded like a monster's theme in a horror film. After completing it, I tried to avoid playing through any more of those levels whenever I could. The map was short, so it was only a few minutes before I was headed towards a rematch with Gazora and Mogira. But this time, their sprites and attack patterns were vastly different. I fought Mogira first. Mogira's replacement was a flying machine with a slight resemblance to a Pascagolo alien. It was a bit like fighting Mothra, only it moved with a lot more grace. It attacked by spinning its front tentacles like a screw, and it still had an I-beam. Except now it fired from the drill. This slinky aberration had replaced Gazora, and the new beast was more of a challenge. It would run and jump at me at a fast pace, constantly swinging its arms around, making it hard to get close. And of course it tried to pin me in the corner with as much annoying resolve as ever. I defeated it using a combination of tail whips and heat beam spamming. I defeated them and was going to fight Titanosaurus, but when I started the fight, Titanosaurus was nowhere to be seen, and the game simply went back to the map with the Titanosaurus piece now missing. There was no one left to fight now but Biollante, so I eagerly started the battle. I was quite surprised that Biollante started the fight in her rose form. She was immobile and used tentacles to keep me away from her main body, which took the most damage. As expected, she turned into her final form after taking enough damage. The sprite looked pretty damn good for an 8-bit. The battle technique was the same, except Biollante could move, albeit slower than any monster. Being hit by the tentacles did more damage now, and Biollante could do an acid spit, which I managed to avoid by jumping in the screen cap. Not much more difficult to beat than Titanosaurus, it only took 2 rounds. But when Biollante was gone, the music had stopped, and there was a new icon replacing the base. This icon wasn't there before I beat Biollante. It resembled a tribal mask, and I had a feeling of dread when I saw it. But, since it replaced the base, it must be the only way to exit Pathos. I moved Godzilla to the square and started the level. It was a hellish looking place with no sky and a flickering fire in the background. The fire looked far more advanced than anything I'd seen on the NES. There was music in the form of a slow, steady drum sound resembling a heartbeat. All the text at the top of the screen and the life bar were gone. In their place was a single bit of text in the middle of the screen that said, "Run." My feeling of dread had intensified. I cautiously walked through the level, but like the Blue Mountains, there were no enemies. I paced around for a minute before thinking, run? From what? The first time it hit me, I didn't even see it. I heard a noise outside my room and turned back to see if something fell, and when I looked back, Godzilla was dying. I figured it must have been just a glitch. But I wasn't going to play through the game without Godzilla, so I restarted the game and went to the password screen. I ever mentioned how creepy the password screen music is. If you've played the game, you know what I mean. It doesn't at all fit the mood of the game. It's more like something from a horror game. Maybe they made it so kids wouldn't cheat. I was quite annoyed at this point because I thought I was going to have to fight all the monsters again, but that didn't happen. The game started me right where I was before I started the red face level. So I tried again, making sure to pay attention this time. That's when I heard a low bellowing sound, and then I saw it. This thing. You know that feeling your body has when you feel like you're in extreme danger? You start to recoil and tense up as the adrenaline flows through your veins, and your nerves start to feel very cold. That's the feeling I had when I took this screen cap. I hadn't seen all the Godzilla movies, but I'm pretty damn sure this was never in any of them. It had to be something the creators made up. But what kind of sick fuck would put this in a children's game? By sheer dumb luck, or perhaps the adrenaline boost, I managed to run fast enough to get away from it. It ran very fast, so much that if you saw it, you were almost certainly going to die. And when I say die, I mean your monster gets killed instantly if the creature touches him. Once I had gone back to the map, I was so afraid that I was extremely tempted to just shut the game off and try to pretend this never happened. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. Couldn't have been real. And if I wanted to continue, I still had to get Mothra through this chase level. But as I stayed inactive on the map screen a few minutes, my fear was replaced by burning curiosity. What the hell just happened? What was the rest of the game like? I only had to beat this level with Mothra, and then it was on to the next world. But when I moved Mothra to the red face, the game registered it as me beating the level. I was quite relieved. I tried to prepare myself for the next world, trance. I must scroll through real quick and see how long this chapter is because I want to keep reading it. I like it. I like this. It's not that long. It's not that long. One more chapter. One more chapter. One more chapter. Chapter 3, Trance. I was still pretty shook up from the last level when I started Trance. Trance's map music did nothing to ease the tension. As for how to describe it, have you ever heard the theme from Videodrome? That's the closest thing I can think of it being. That's the closest thing I can think to compare it to. Don't be sad when we gotta wait for the rest. 2 days. It's only 2 days. It's not gonna be that bad. I'm gonna finish it next reading. I checked to see who the new monster was, and it was Orga, a monster who didn't make his film debut until 2000, appearing in a game made in 1988. So much for my theories about Titanosaurus and Violante. There's no way this game was made in 1988. Those guys are Toho or smart, but I'm sure they couldn't see that far into the future. If they could, they would have never gave Ronald Emmerich the rights to make a Godzilla movie. No, this had to be a hack of some kind, which just opened up more questions. Who made this hack? When? How? And most importantly, why? The why was the question that bothered me the most. Immediate assumption was to think Billy did this to pull a joke on me, but that couldn't be right either. Billy didn't know how to make a ROM hack. And if he did, he'd probably just make something simple and stupid, like replacing all of the monsters with the crudely drawn genitalia. Unless Billy had some amazing game editing skills, and a serious dark streak to his imagination he never told me about, he couldn't have made this. Is it even possible to put a hacked ROM into a cartridge? Aside from that, my eyes were drawn to a new icon on the map, a question mark. I was really curious as to what it did. I'm sure you're also curious, so I'll explain the quiz levels now, since this is when they start appearing. There was one of these per map. From here on, they always appeared near the start of the map. When you start a quiz level, you appear on a screen like this. As you can see, there's a question at the top, a yes and a no button, and an emoticon in the center. I refer to the emoticon as face. Real creative, I know. And for convenience, I'll refer to face as the one asking the questions. The music for the quiz levels was a track actually in the game. It's the one that plays when you try to use the Ghidorah cheat and get sent to an unplayable level. Face asks you 12 yes or no questions, and you can move your monster to the buttons for your answer. When you answer, the question disappears and face changes expressions for about 8 seconds. Then it goes back to neutral and a new question comes up. There was no time limit, nor any right or wrong answers. Face has no respect for the player's boundaries and will sometimes ask deeply disturbing and personal questions. For example, do you like hurting people? Have you ever killed / installed the Woohoo mod IRL? Anyone? Have you been Chapter 4 of Killer 7 by a family member? Other times he would ask questions that were either mind-numbingly stupid, is the sun hot, is water wet, or just flat out ridiculous. Does your dog like the president? And maybe once per quiz. And maybe once per quiz, Face would ask you a question about the game. Other times he would ask questions that were either mind-numbingly stupid. So mind-numbingly stupid, in fact, that I read it again. With one exception, Face's expressions seem to have no effect on the game, except for indicating what the game creator thought of your answer. His reactions rarely made sense, and at first I thought they were randomly generated. The questions never followed a pattern. Face never stayed on the same subject for more than 2 questions. Early on, there were questions that made me think Face was building up to something, only to then ask some stupid garbage. What are the expressions of Face I saw when playing? I'll separate them into 2 categories. The expressions I understood, and the expressions I didn't. First are the expressions I understood. And here are the others. I'm not reading these. Y'all got eyes. Two of these only appeared once, numbers 1 and numbers 12, and I suspected they might have been in-jokes from the creative. Their respective questions were, do you like ice cream? And are you a tough guy? As for the questions in the quiz, luckily, I had a notepad and pen handy. I have problems remembering things, so I often carry one to jot things down. And sometimes I doodle in it when I'm bored. So, when the first quiz started, I thought I'd record what happened. I'm glad I did. Here are the first series of questions, my answers, and Face's reactions. Do you like the game? Answer, yes. Reaction, happy. Are you afraid? Answer, yes. Reaction, surprise. Are you over 18? Answer, yes. Reaction, weird face number 5. Do birds have teeth? No. Love. Is peanut butter good? No. Sick. Z made this game. Z made this game. Does the moon rotate? Yes. Weird face 11. Have you had a job? Yes. Confused. Do you like hurting people? No. Annoyed. Is the sun hot? Yes. Sad. Do you like dogs? Yes. Happy. Is the president good? Yes. Weird face 3. Does your dog like the president? No. Angry. Now that I've explained all that, time for the gameplay. After the quiz level, I tried the new green temple icon first. Wow, maybe this is why the game was so weird. One of the designers were clearly drugged out of his mind. Jokes aside, I was quite impressed by the graphics of this level, as disorienting as they were. I hate those creepy, blank-staring statue faces. The music had a hypnotic Indian techno vibe to it. There were 2 new enemies in this level, a flying ghost-type thing with a trunk, and a bat with a horse skull for a face. They appear at random, but I was lucky to get a screen cap of both. Then I proceeded to a blue mountain level, expecting another nice, calm stroll. I took my time walking through and was completely surprised when this happened. Not Megora came speeding towards me and took off quite a bit of health with his tentacle screws. It only took me 2 minutes to kill him without having to worry about a time limit, but the bosses never showed up in the scrolling levels in the normal game. I was worried about what other rules the game would break. After another Blue Mountain stage, it was time to fight Not Varin, whose replacement was one of the most bizarre things in the game. This strange creature attacks you by kicking, and also opening up its chest and firing heat-seeking missiles. I still don't get it. The missiles were sometimes a pain to deal with, but I found out you can tail whip them out of the way. Not Varin was probably the easiest of the monster replacements. The same could be said for Not Hedora. The same could not be said for Not Hedora. Apparently the source of the horse bats, Not Hedora was the most aggravatingly difficult monster to fight yet, mostly because of his special ability. He could shriek and summon a small swarm of those horse bat things. I know there's only 2 things in the scream cap, but every time he did this, about 10 would arrive. The AI took advantage of the distraction and attacked twice as fast while the horse bats were flying around. Once that annoyance was over with, I went through a green temple level to kill some enemies to restore my health. Interestingly, none of the horse bats showed up after Not Hedora was killed, and that was when I got an idea. If killing all the monsters make the red face show up, what would happen if I avoid fighting Orga and go straight to the base? So I gave that a try. The game told me that there was no monster there when I tried to start the base level, and immediately afterward, the game took control of my Godzilla piece and moved it in front of Orga. My little trick didn't work, so I tried to prepare myself for another chase. But first, I had to beat Orga. The fight with Orga confirmed another thing. Whoever created this game hack was clearly a Godzilla fan. Not only because they picked a monster like Orga, but because they actually implemented something that happened in Godzilla 2000 in a really neat way. Orga's primary attacks were a punch and a heat beam from his shoulder cavity, but once you've got him down to half his health, he did something new. He would expand his jaws and try to swallow Godzilla, in the process stealing your health and energy. But in doing so, he gave himself a new weakness. Firing a heat beam into his mouth would take a devastating 4 bars off his life meter. Without weakness revealed, I soon beat Orga, and despite how much I had hoped otherwise, the red face appeared on the map where the base was, and the music stopped. I readied myself as best I could. I started the level, and seeing that it was basically the same as the first, I didn't waste a millisecond before I started hauling ass. I soon encountered obstacles in the form of ground tile, suspended in the air. Most of them you can jump over or destroy, others you have to crouch over. After about 40 seconds into it, I heard the horrible billowing roar and saw the spider beast had been following close behind me. Stacks of obstacles barely slowed it down. It would back up and charge its way through them, smashing them into bits. And when the smaller obstacles got in its way, it would expand its jaws and swallow them whole. I was afraid, but with fast thinking and faster button pressing, I escaped him yet again. I felt really excited, and so I laughed and said, "Not this time, asshole." I decided to take a screen cap to celebrate. But when I said that sentence, just before the level ended, the monster did something that made my blood run cold. It looked at me. That wave of mortal terror overtook me again, and I sure as hell wasn't laughing anymore. I took another screen cap of the next level title, right before I rushed to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. And to take a piss that I nearly failed to contain with that fucking thing looking at me. Dementia. I'ma call it before I want to shill this more and read more. So it does start out with the same, I will admit, yeah, it does start out with the same stupid thing. Why is my tracking dying again? Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. You're not waking up. Wake up. Hold on. Hold on. Not waking up. She is asleep. There we go. There we go. I will admit, it does start out with the wacky funny guy playing despite the spooky shit happening. But hold out, it gets better. Swears it gets better. Was really good though. Slow progression and rationalization. Exactly. Exactly. It's not just like, oh, somebody died in this game. That's okay. Let's keep playing. It's a really good build-up of like, there is something wrong in this game, and it's obvious. But it's not like, you know, at least not yet, knowing what happens later, but like a curiosity for the messed up things, and so far it's just a game, right? It's just a game. It's just a quirky little game. Okay though. Damn, it does look like gamers are not live. I mean, it do be 11 p.m. I do be following NA streamers. But Kyo is live, so we're gonna go raid Kyo, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Excited to hear the rest. Thanks for the taste. I'm excited to read the rest of it. I'm excited to share this fucking story because it's a fucking banger, dude. It's actually so good. But I'm gonna raid Kill, and tomorrow we play some funny space game that isn't Alien Isolation with Shadow here and Z and Rin, but he's not here right now. Have a good night, Shi in chat. Yeah, you too, Kishi. Only got to hear like 10 minutes. There's a VOD. That's why they make VODs. But I'll see y'all tomorrow, 3 p.m. Let me make sure. Z, are you in chat? Is it 3? It's 3. Okay, it's 3. It's 3. It's 3. It's 3. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Have a good one, friends. Say hi to Kyo for me. Bye.